Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Back in our republic, our megacity republic, pushing for 10,000 citizens today. The housing has been built to achieve that. We just came from winter where population is a little bit lower than normal. Should be able to refill the houses that had a little bit of a pollution issue, but other than that, everything should be fine. Still trying to push for high loyalty. That is still a thing. Seems to be going alright still. Although I think I'm going to shut off the other building so that, yeah, we keep our current residences filled next to the existing prison. Hello Mega Monkey, hello Neo Contra, welcome. A little bit of a crime spiral last time. That is trying to be solved. You know what, I'm just gonna leave this, I don't care anymore. Build a new police station to deal with this and hope it catches itself. I don't want to keep removing the cases. It should hopefully solve itself. I'll turn off the warnings though, they're so annoying. Now the crime is here too. Alright. Might be another police station that I'm missing right now, but we'll get to it. I need to build that construction sector. I don't even know where yet. I was thinking on this side of the train tracks, have our construction sector relatively central, south of the city center. There aren't any access roads, but we could define 2 access roads for the construction vehicles, I guess. go to over there. Over there? Not here? Okay. Hello, Rickety Railway. Welcome. I think I'll put an access road somewhere here. That would be a new train segmentation of the train track coming off of this. Oh, dynamic. Why Saturday happy? I don't know. People said it's Saturday. Ooh, Saturday. Happy Saturday. Saturday can be happy too. Green again, I noticed. Everyone be green again. It's the only way. Why not Saturday Salt? That is going to happen in probably 10 hours. Oh, when are you going online something, Barbaric? I don't remember. Being green might be a better song. But then-ish, depending on how late I watch you. Let's see. Always the blame game. So if we drop a construction sector here, we need gravel, we need coal, bitumen, and cement. We can, well, just coal and gravel and bitumen. Cement we can make locally, I guess. With a couple of workers. Maybe run export if we want to. What are the local prices looking like? Gravel is quite expensive now in US dollar price. 43 US dollars per ton. I mean, compared to everything else is still cheap, but gravel is more expensive than coal. Boards are getting up there. Wood increasing in price. Good to see. Oh yeah, a sawmill. Oil is very cheap again. Only 400 rubles, 460 rubles per ton. Iron is at 3,000, at 5,000, sorry, 3,300 rubles per ton. Almost as much as a ton of hazardous waste costs. Can't remember the last time you built one. I built one in the Poland game. What do you mean? The Poland game had a cement plant. How dare you not remember that? It'll have its own junction off of the main road. Could maybe put that a little bit more centrally, I guess, but I don't want it to be too close to the train tracks either. That leads into the city. I'll have to migrate our construction vehicle cluster out of the city, around a repair station or two. We'll need a cableway station to bring workers to it, if we want to maintain the vehicles in this area, which, I don't know. And a fire station, I guess, is kind of the important part, so Just a tiny amount of workers, probably getting fed from the cableway station over here into the area, just across. So we can take a couple of workers that arrive here regularly, bring them to the construction sector to keep it maintained, which I think should be alright. Let me see if I can get the road to line up. Ah, it doesn't have to line up. It can be wonky, it's fine, doesn't matter. But I can't get a road through here. I built the train track too close to the road. This is like about as close as we can be. I'm gonna move it a little bit further over so it's easier to move across. And a little bit slanted because that'll look nice. Alright. Asphalt and cement. Asphalt and concrete. There's gonna be a train bringing all the resources in. It'll curve around the construction sector and unload it somewhere in this area. Bitumen, coal, gravel. That's it, I think. Water we have to bring in from... We can use the connection off of the coaling station, I think. And this might also get a coaling station. Just so we have some coaling station in case this one breaks. There's going to be a secondary coaling station out of the way. Nested in here somewhere. Could probably combine that with the coal unloading. We don't need that much coal, but we do need a decent amount of gravel. And the coal is only used for cement, I think. Whereas the gravel is going to be used for pretty much everything. If I remember correctly. I don't know. Importing cement is probably easier than dealing with the coal. This doesn't even have an input for cement via a conveyor connection. It has to be with a factory connection. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna make cement in this republic. This doesn't seem to be that worth it. At least not in the area. Maybe in a different area. Why am I doing construction sector right now? Just to reduce the chance of traffic jams killing our republic. It's a straight piece of road. And there's a hill in the way. The first ever hill we noticed. But anyway. Yeah, the distribution of cement into the building of the concrete plant can be done by trucks. Distribution office locally. So we don't have to worry about the cement plant right now. The pickup buildings should be on the right side of the road because they're going to be picking up and then going into the city somewhere. So the pickup location on this direction would be the most sensible. And it should be a road that is off of the main road so that they don't block everything when they line up to pick up resources. And yeah, we can have a cement silo next to it, that'll be fine too. Gravel will have to be conveyed in. I'll come in, do a left-hand turn into the building, and then a left-hand turn out, which is going to be terrible. I'm going to make another parallel road next to this. So they do a right-hand turn into the building and a right-hand turn out of it. Water and sewage substation in range. I'll be hooked up to the water supply of the industrial sector, not the city. Finally, that you wanted to see? Okay. Turn off the warning message, I don't care. I mean, I do care, but I don't care. Let me know when the new police station is up. So any vehicle arriving here does a right-hand turn into the building and then drives out of it. Not blocking the access road from where a fire station could send its vehicles. We could in theory have a fire station on this side with workers arriving at it, that then gets sent into the location down here, which I think I'll do. So we would build a fire station up here, and it would send vehicles down into the construction sector location. Now for the conveyor, we need the conveyor tower being able to get the resources across here. Kind of important. Can't be too close. Doesn't like the double road, I don't think. No, we can do it. Good. Just has to be at a proper distance. So do we pick up directly from a gravel storage that the train unloads into? Would make sense. What year is a good time to start tramlines? 1940? You can start some an early start. We are running trams. They can only go 35 kilometers an hour, but they're faster than anything else. So maybe once you get rid of most of the horse carriages would be a good idea. So they don't get stuck behind vehicles going 15 kilometers an hour most of the time. That would probably be helpful. I mean, yeah, we'll have a cement plant here, but it'll bring the cement by truck, not by, or by horse carriage, not by conveyor connection, factory connection. We can make cement on this side. That would be fine. Then I can put another coal storage in here somewhere. We do have the room for it. Just have to figure that out afterwards. So one more thing that's needed is the bitumen drop-off point. We got the cement silo, where the delivery of cement will happen by a dedicated vehicle. I need to make sure we don't run into the situation that one more direct route vehicle gets stuck somewhere. Did the... oh yeah, the iron. My waste incineration. Yeah, we should probably run that vehicle again. Has it arrived since then? Otherwise we're gonna run full on waste here soon. Where is it? Did it get used as a replacement vehicle? It might have. Might have been, I think it did. Incinerator run, that is not what we want. Incinerator run. No. Well, wait, did that horse carriage? Oh, here it is. Is the normal road assigned to these? Yeah, it used the vehicle. God dang it. It's using my vehicles. Now gotta redo this route. And you drop that off into the metal scrap storage. And you do that all the time. Let's make a custom route so it doesn't get completely deleted if the vehicle goes away. And that should hopefully solve the issue. Picking up all the little pieces of metal scrap before this waste storage runs full. Okay, Almost forgot about that. That would have been ugly if we had another incineration health crisis. The other things we would want is a brick factory. So I guess if we have the coal unloading here for a cement plant somewhere, then next to that we could also have the brick factory, pulling from the same coal. Pickup point for that would be somewhere nearby. And the boards is just chuck some wood in, and the boards get used locally. Trains will have to go in and pick it up and distribute it into the city. But there would be a pickup location for it. For making mega sewage pipes, yes. Mega sewage pipes. Brick shred, yes. Turning to brick shred today. Let's think about it. We don't have to place it correctly at the first time, we just have to place something and see if it works with the layout we're imagining. So the brick pickup could be on this road, but if we do a left-hand turn into a left-hand turn, it's going to be ugly. Because then vehicles will cross over each other and get in each other's way as they leave the area, and I don't like that. But it might be something we have to do. We can have a larger area behind the building where they line up. And if they have the priority leaving the area, then it should be fine anyway. They wouldn't pick it up directly from the building, I would give them a storage to pick it up from. One of these 200 tons of bricks extra, plus whatever's in the building. I mean, we could place multiple of these and then connect them with a road cargo station. Or just place a larger storage. It's not like we can't afford this. Just place one of these and it'll be fine. For train pickup as well. That's where the train will have to pick up from. The vehicles can line up on this road to get the resources. Brick pickup, delivery point, drop-off point. We need the coal storage. Oh, this is so annoying. Well, I need a train drop-off point. I don't like the brick factory here. No, brick factory can be anywhere. It doesn't have to be in the construction sector because it's just a brick factory. And it just needs coal delivered and bricks picked up. It doesn't have to fit into the... It doesn't need gravel, it doesn't need anything, it doesn't have to be here. Brick and board factory go elsewhere. They can be somewhere nearby, but not in that location. We do have to feed workers to this. I don't know if we can use the existing cableway station and just make them walk across here. That would probably work. Only the first building is in range. I could drop a bus stop here and force them to go to the bus stop. Or have another cableway station for a reliable supply of workers. Just carrying them from this area to this area. Across the train tracks by cableway. That would probably be nice to do for them. Asking in advance, is the next megacity going to be built on a map full of trees? Not sure. Maybe we need a personal transportation megacity, but that's gonna be a pain. I don't think it's gonna be on a map full of trees, no. Tree addiction, yeah. So that can drop off workers if the area needs some. If not, they'll just go right back to the other cableway station and get unloaded again. It's a very short cableway route, but it means that it's going to have a reliable source of workers. Too low. Yeah, you don't need to try and connect that right now. That's not going to happen. Probably have to rotate the cableway station. Right, I wanted this to match with the tower, basically. So it looks like the tower is in the center of the cableway setup. We're not going to get that corner in one go. It's not going to happen, not with a single tower. A light cableway would be fine for this, honestly. But yeah, we have to raise it up here. and then get it across. We're really going to have issues getting that over the train tracks, huh? I will say though, a walk against the trees is a fun challenge. Yeah, it is, but I'm already swamped with my current challenges. Are the launch cableway towers better? Don't think it's gonna go over the train tracks either. Are the signals in the way? No, it's just too low down. I guess we have to move it further back. Give it more distance. As long as it's in walking distance of the asphalt and concrete plant, it'll be fine. It can even be across the road, I guess. It can even be here. And that would work. If we get it over the road, that is. That's the problem. I mean, this road should end here somewhere. Maybe it should have one ended already, because there's only asphalt and concrete picked up. Not other resources. We have a single road. The cableway station can scoot on back a bit. And that'll probably allow us to get a taller tower in place. The idea of having to remove every tree before we can build in an area, yes, but I don't think I would make it part as like the whole challenge. Oh yeah, now we can be at full height. That is going to work. Can be far enough back, just about. Then we can cross the train tracks. Just a smaller cableway here. I'll bring the workers to the area. Should be good enough. Oh, deviate fish. Welcome. And then we can run other factories in this area too, but not directly connected to the gravel storage. Maybe. I mean, we can conveyor the gravel to different areas too. Only a single delivery point for gravel and coal will make sense. We only have to wait until unloaded for gravel, I think. The coal is just going to be an addition. And yeah, maybe a coaling station back here, off of the main line, accessible to anyone for 450 meter long trains, just in case. So yeah, it's basically going to act like another bus stop. We do have to have a road connection on one of the cableway stations, otherwise we can't deliver cableway cars to it. One is enough. I still need a fuel tank, an oil tank. For bitumen. Probably somewhere back here. So bitumen and cement. We'll produce our cement locally and drive it over by a distribution office. Bitumen can be unloaded directly into that area. I'm not going to do the same thing as with the small construction sector where all the resources are unloaded directly next to it. Hello, apparently potatoes. Welcome. A cement production will probably happen. So we all need to drop off gravel, coal and bitumen, I think, and wood to make boards. Would be nice having this connected to the coal. Otherwise we'll have to run a coal train through here every now and then to fill it up again, or just fill it with distribution offices. They're not supposed to use that coaling station for most cases, it's there for an emergency I guess, but if it becomes active there will be 4 lines of 450 meter length to utilize that building. And in between there would probably be the aggregate unloading station at the top of it, so it can push the resources out both directions. of these. And a fuel fluid unloading at the end. To unload the bitumen. Do I need a large unloading facility? It's all going to be one massive train. No, just a small unloading station is going to be fine for both. The only problem with this is the limited amount of connections, I guess. I don't know if we can get this connected. No, we can't. Not that way. This way, maybe. Then it would be the last station, where it has to diagonally connect behind the building into the storage, which it doesn't want. We're at 10,000 citizens. We get another research point. We're at 4 free ones for population, total of 14. And we will research something. Get the resource map mode last time. Electrified railway for city internal trains that don't require coal. Could be a thing. Basically using trains like trams. I want to see how bad the city is. Usually when I get the pollution monitoring station, it's like, why did I research it? I didn't want to know it. But in this case we're going for pollution, so we're going to research the pollution monitoring station. It's a fast research pollution detector. Should be a quick thing to research. It's only 900 work days, single tech. And we'll see how bad it actually is during winter. Yeah, this could unload directly into the bitumen storage tank, that is fine. And then the aggregate unloading station. If we use a double connection, we would have unloading stations on both sides. It's a massive building, which I guess is fine. I guess the storage tank could be right next to the unloading station instead. Would make more sense. Still need a waste storage. think that would be in range of both. Yeah, that's okay. But it's going to be footpath connected, so vehicles can't cheese themselves off of a different exit of this road. Gravel, wait until unloaded for gravel. Also unloading coal here. Maybe a dedicated unloading storage for coal on the other side. Just for the coaling station. We'll need a road connection through here. God, that's a lot of money. No prisoners. Is the courthouse overloaded, or is no police getting any crime through? It's the latter. Great. That's going to work well for our loyalty attempt. All the police stations getting overwhelmed with too much crime. Because the system does not work. Footpath isn't done yet. No workers in the area at the moment. I don't have any police horse carriages at the moment. I'll have to make their way down here from the customs house. And maybe by that point the footpath is done and workers can actually get to this. Service entrance. And then another cableway station placed here can push more workers down from the city center's southern area towards the production facilities too. But this cableway station will only move a very small amount of workers, not like the heavy cableway cars. Otherwise it would be a bit too much. Fire station. Horse carriages would probably be fine for that, as long as the workers are locally. Probably build that up first, cableway line and fire station. Get the cableway going. We will need cableway cars. Small ones, light cabins. They all carry 4 people. And the game did not like that, apparently, me mousing over this for some reason. I have no idea why. Last autosave a minute ago. Take it you didn't go for slow research on this run? We do. We do run low tech. I got 14 researches done so far. 4 for population, 1 for because I have 1 settlement, and 9 free ones because of the decades we went through. Got the decade rule in there as well, fair. Yeah, for early start, when you can't really do much, you get a free research point every 10 years. And you start with a free one because of that, because it's the first decade. Up until 1980, which is the last decade you get a free research point in. 1990, reunification of Germany and the fall of the Soviet Union, you don't get one anymore. Just to have a cutoff point at some point. So we get at most 2 or 3 research points for the decades. Even though we're perpetually stuck in 19th century, the free research points will dry up. Get the fire station built. And the cableway car station. That too. Hello, Luna. Welcome. Good morning. How are you doing? Kleine Katze mir, oh god. Dynamic nose. Dynamic nose. Got out for sushi soon? Excellent. That sounds great. I hope you have a good day. Don't eat too much sushi, but just enough, just the right amount. You know when it's the right amount once you have eaten too much. Thank you. Little plates are so easy to stack, yep. They sure are. Oh, educational song, right. Yes. Learning the animal languages. That is true. Don't really know how to write in Deutsch, that's no problem. It's an English stream anyway. Okay, this area is fixed up again, mixed waste can be dumped anywhere. We'll have to wait until all the ashes rotted away and then there will be at least 22 tons of metal scrap appearing, which will be quite busy for the... not 22, 8 tons. Which will be quite busy for the local waste trucks to pick up. How do we have a distribution office to help with that? So I'm getting banned. No, not for that. That is fine. Tin cableway cars, please. Let me know when it's done. Now we'll restart it for personal vehicle production. Tin cableway cars should be enough to feed enough workers to this area at the moment. We still have to bring cement here somewhere, so produce our own. Probably. Might have to pick up cement by train if we have multiple asphalt and concrete plants. It was quite useful having them in the city. I don't know. I mean, the construction sector centrally inside the city is probably fine. But if it grows outwards, yeah, maybe. So we'll have to think about a pickup location for trains. Research is done. Let's get a pollution monitoring station in place and see how bad it actually is. Looks like a guard tower. Right next to the steel mill. Let's get one set up and see how bad it is. Oh, you're already done. Wow. Okay, sure. That was quick. Did not expect that. 10 cableway cars produced rapidly. Pollution was measured manually by taste back in those days. Yes. Of course. So there's one person up in the tower, tongue out and going like, what the pollution. I see. Why are you so picky with your connections? I mean, that's the whole game. But why? Gravel and concrete, gravel and coal to make cement. Nothing else, just power, gravel, and coal. And then a pickup point for a short train to deliver cement somewhere later on. Right now we can pick it up by horse carriage and bring it into the silo. Distribution office locally will be able to do that. And I think it's going to be a horse distribution office because we don't need trucks for that. Local distribution can be done with some horses. Heard all settlements above 10k pop are required by law to have an airport and a nuclear power plant. Well, that's why they didn't grow beyond 10k pop before the 20th century, I guess. Because they couldn't fulfill those requirements. But this is a video game and we don't need those. We will need distributed coal power plants to meet demand without having access to uranium and nuclear power. Radiation by taste? I don't know if they can taste radiation. So we can hook up a cement silo too, but how much does the internal storage have capacity for? 70 tons. That's pretty good. I don't need much cement, I don't think. There will be one worker in this building constantly making cement, and when a train shows up and picks up Maybe 30 tons, 34. Can fill it up again afterwards. Unless we want to produce for export. I don't think that makes sense, but I mean, for the looks it could also be nice having a large cement silo, I guess. Plus there's a rail connected one, which is where the train will show up in. If it was easily hooked up to... Well, it is. We can use the factory connection. Somebody makes fun of the serious game. This is a terrible idea, exporting wood via planes. Yeah, that's a terrible idea, yes. I would agree that that is pretty terrible. I mean, luxury wood, right? Airplanes are not really that inefficient fuel-wise, but the maintenance might kill you. I don't know. But once they're going, they're really fuel efficient, it feels like. Just the starting and landing is kind of bad. What do you know what you have to upgrade now? Your capabilities on flying wood from island to island out of the border. I'm asking for a little bit too much. That'll do. How efficient would be the exporting of wood via rockets like an ICBM? That would be very inefficient. I would not recommend that. I don't think they're making self-landing rockets for that purpose yet. Seems to be something that they should think of. Otherwise it's going to be a bit of an overhead. Okay, well, that's a cement plant with a distribution office, one task of which will be hauling the cement into the cement silo. I'm not gonna have that hooked up directly to the factory, that's overkill. Dry bulk horse carriages can do that. Don't think I'll do anything fancy here. But we'll relocate this one up to the road of the cement plant. It'll look nicer. Somewhere across here. Also closer to the fire station. Yeah, sure. And then if we need another fuel drop-off point, we can also unload fuel in this area. But there would be the potential for another coal storage and the coaling station. Or, well, it could unload directly into the coaling station. But I think it dedicated... Oh no, it has to. If it doesn't pull from a storage. I mean, I would need a conveyor to move it from a storage. Something like this, and then have a conveyor engine in between. Yep, then we can designate this as coal. Wait. Did I just place it nicely and not have a connection? I'm pretty sure I placed one. I guess not. Yep. Needs a connection. It says there will be one, but I don't think I trust it. And we'll need long train parking storage capabilities here to make sure that the well, any coaling train can wait in this area if it needs to. Hello, train master. I can't read Cyrillic. It would be nice if we could keep it to English, thank you. So this would loop all the way around. We would have another connection on this side for dedicated parking. But otherwise... Oh yeah, and the gravel and coal delivery by train plus the oil delivery also needs a connection. He says hello. Yeah, I translated that one. But I can't keep going back and forth between Google Translate all the time, so that's why it should stick with English or German. I can read German, but I don't want to try and decipher French, even though I learned that one. And I don't know any other languages. Let's stay a little bit further away from this, because sometimes the aggregate storage spills out. And it looks kind of odd when the train tracks go right through the coal. Does look odd when the coal is too close. A little bit, yeah. Give me no other languages except Java, C#, C++, right? Yes. Those two. Do I build another train track? I don't think I do. No, I don't think so. If they have to use this coaling station, it's gonna be slow, and that's fine. Brick factory and ports, sawmill, somewhere in the upper area. Dedicated delivery point for someone unloading wood and coal for that area. So 2 parking spaces, and then the construction material train will have to go through and pick them up as well. Although we could use the coal storage and have the production on the other side here now for the bricks. Now that we have a somewhat functional layout planned, a brick factory here could emerge. I don't need a lot of brick production, I just need a large storage. I think that's all we need. Not sure if the road can go through this. I guess we'll find out. It can. I need to move it a little bit. Oh, really? Really? No snapping point here, huh? There we go. I mean, no other languages. Yeah, I already read that. So, brick production, massive storage, and then the sawmill somewhere on this side with its own delivery point for boards and pickup point for the wood. Just conceptualizing right now. This is not going to be final. Because the pickup point here is a little bit awkward. Construction vehicles would also drive to this point to pick up the bricks and the other storage for the boards. So that train track would come out of this area, small parking space to pick up cement. We can also have a small train here that shoves it and shunts it somewhere to a larger storage, but I don't think we need that. We'll just carry it somewhere else, and that's fine when it becomes necessary, and it won't wait until loaded. So the blocking of the road shouldn't be a huge issue either. It'll line up with the train track that goes through this area. The other train tracks will hook up to this train track. And this one will have to go through one more storage for the wood, the boards, before it loops around. Dropped quite a bit in population. I guess it's to be expected. So many cases. I don't like you, police station. Do your damn job. Finish your frickin' cases. It's ridiculous. Jewish police and courts would just do one at a time. I wish they would do as many as the player sets at a time. So you can set a limit of at most you do the 5 oldest ones and try to finish those before you take on working on the new cases. It's ridiculous. winning? I think so. I have to measure how long these parking spaces have to be, but we need 450 meter length just in case. This did not hook up. Can't get rid of the snapping point, so this isn't connected. Everything will line up into a single train track. We'll measure the inner track and see how long it is. $150 plus 146, so almost 300 meters. Plus whatever that station length is, 70. 370, so we need another 80 meters. And then we're good. I'll give it 100. And that should be 450 meters. On the shortest track, which is the inner one. More than that. 460 meters. It's a lot of track, yes. Yes, it is. Resource pickup point for bricks and boards. Doesn't have to go anywhere else. The steel is at the steel mill inside the city. And that's all the 3 construction materials we currently have. And then a pickup point for cement, which would be a different train if we have it. Are the dumpers stuck? No. Just slow. Why is crime exploding, game? I guess we gotta build a large police station and just... I want to deal with this. Yeah, police stations are just terrible. I don't like the way they're set up. Looks like our pollution monitoring station is done. Definitely don't need any notifications for that. We just want to see how bad it is. Yep, that is noticeable. That's a good amount of pollution, I would say. We even have some green areas back here, but a lot of people are living the dream. I'm glad I researched that. Green dots? I know, right? We still got green dots, we can put more industry in, it's fine. Sure, drop a police station here, sure. We'll get it built. And we'll alleviate some of the stress for the citizens by providing some police cars sent out by the large police station, which will have to deal with most of the cases. Workers arriving here from the new residential area we're still building up. Plus some houses built behind it. I don't know how many police cars you can actually take. I think 4 is probably going to be a good number. You can take 8. 8 police cars it'll be. Stop production after this. Why is pollution spreading out that direction? There's no heating plant over there. Yeah, this residential area is getting it. This building was always hit the hardest. Not anymore, it seems. But yeah, these are just for information. We're not going to make any changes based on the pollution knowledge we find. Just want to see it. Doesn't mean I have to act on it. How much range do you have? It's a square, isn't it? It is a square. I think. Maybe it isn't. Seems to have some diagonal edges to it. But anyway, let's see. From about the cableway station. $700 meters. Let's take a different edge. About here. $750. So about 700 meters is the most I'm going to go for. We want this to be covered so we can see the information on this side of the city a little bit. So if we get 700 meters maybe off of the warehouse area, I would have to build it somewhere on the entrance of this location. And then I might see it. But yeah, for the city we're running out of assignment tasks for the distribution officers. So I'll either have to split them up on their tasks, say 2 will only do one thing, 2 will do the other, and then 1 can maybe focus on just sending a horse feed everywhere. That's probably the best thing to specialize. Making this a horse feed distribution office. Means I need to get the ice wagons out of here. Autoclave. Need to thank you for the ride the other day, many things. Sure. You're welcome. What other ride? What ride? Race room? Oh, raid. Right. You're welcome. I was confused there. I thought we were racing in race room. But yeah, you're welcome. I guess the horse veterinary doesn't need the assignment because they'll get crops other ways. Need the crop pickup point. Don't need the other warehouses. Brick feeder. I hope it's not gonna get overloaded, because I'm cutting out half of, like, a fifth of a distribution office now, but should still be fine, right? And then these ones should not deal with the horse feeders anymore. I have to get the horse feeders removed. I do so many typos, it's not even funny. We'll look here while I do some work. Alright, have a good day. No more horse feed delivered by you. It's going to be a dedicated distribution office. The other 4 will handle citizen supply, repair materials and other things. Gives us a couple more assignment tasks and way more assignment tasks on the horse feed distribution. Well, we could also bring it directly into some buildings. I will need more carriages. We're waiting until unloaded for gravel in this storage. Could be a 450 meter long train too. Should be okay. It'll wait until unloaded here before going for the oil unload. The bitumen. So we have to measure the distance off of the unloading station where it's waiting. That should be okay. There could be up to 2 trains, I don't think that's going to happen. But I have a second unloading station in case I notice that we need to split up the coal delivery from the other one, the gravel. Yeah, probably 2 shorter trains will be fine. We can do coal and bitumen and then gravel. Smooth rail yard. Could make the entrance corners a little bit wider, but I think this looks nice. And you go in here too. This is going to be the construction material train, which will probably need a little bit of extra distance. It's a slightly longer train. Should I merge these? Because currently I don't have a chain signal. I mean, the chain signal is on the incoming side, away from all of this, on either of the external train tracks that checks the chain signal and see if there's a track free that the other trains can use. Don't need another split up point here. How long is my material train? We're in 63 meters right now. Once we have this area set up, we don't need that material train as much anymore because it's only going to do the deliveries for the rail construction office. And the maintenance offices pick up from that too. So it's going to be running very infrequently. But yeah, let's make sure we have at least, I don't know, 200 meters ahead of this. Including the first storage. 80 meters. So 120, 130. Very smooth rail connection here. Shorten it down. You can get it hooked up. Very smooth junction. Excessively so. It's barely 120. Marvelous. Yeah, I need to make it a little bit longer though. It's not good enough yet. Does not like that. That's too shallow. I guess this is a straight piece of track, which is causing the issue is that it doesn't connect properly into the corner. That makes sense. Let's fix that one first. $120, and then connect on this side. Let me try and get these a little bit curved so it looks more natural. I think the way to do that is going to be following the train track a little bit as it makes its way along here. How do we curve this? Maybe I should go back to how it was. Do it like this, ladder yard. Well, I still need the sawmill. I can't just have a storage and say, yep, that's the wood storage. Well, I need a sawmill. I mean, I can say that, but it's not going to work. Yeah, I mean the cement train is not going to be parked that long, but I might have to flip this around to get the train track onto the other side, further away, closer to the building, which should allow us to get a little bit safer of a corner in. That that way. If only the factory connection was on that side. So we can't do that. So this would be the train track hooking up into that storage for the dry bulk cement, and it could then do the loop around here where the sawmill is located, and that should hook it up for workers. It will need one worker off of the cableway station every now and then. Not a lot needed. That should be fine. Then we got a bricks factory, sawmill, hooked up to a delivery area for construction materials. I'll get the train track built again because it looks a bit odd. Just somewhere centrally here, I think. Doesn't need to hook up to anything at the moment. Maybe it should. That's what the other train track was for. That is not looking good. Alright, that is, I think, it. We have room for something else in the area. I mean, the construction offices need to go here, so on this side of the road you have to do a left-hand turn out and then a left-hand turn into the construction material storages, and that's really annoying. But that's how it's going to be, I guess. If they go into the city, they do a long trip anyway. We will set up a repair station nearby for horses, because there will be a lot of horse vehicles here that will need repairs.
water, sewage, electricity all needed. And I'll try and spread it out a little bit more so the idea of a traffic jam will hopefully happen less frequently. The issue. We'll definitely set up gravel roads this time. The exit of the building will have priority, which hopefully reduces the chance of a traffic jam. Cable way station can be reached, no problem. I shall get the horse veterinary staffed. I'll need a waste storage nearby that needs to be occasionally emptied out. And we'll put a horse feeder in here too somewhere. I guess that would be the start of the construction material pickup for the horses. Left-hand turn into a left-hand turn out is unfortunate, but yeah, did not pay attention to that at the moment. So I guess the construction sector on this side would be best to do a right-hand turn into the area and then just leave. But horses are slow and they'll be fine. We can set up the area to prioritize vehicles leaving, which will encourage that, will ensure that there's no traffic jam in this location for that reason. Single fire station will have to cover everything. I can provide another one, but I don't think I need to. construction. We'll need a signal here that will then be removed, leaving only the signals at this point. Those are the ones that will stay, and this one is for construction purposes, just so the construction train is out of the way and doesn't block anything. And if we need to double track, then I guess we can do that. Would have to redo the cableway station at that point. I don't think we need to double track. It's not that much traffic coming through here, just giant resource trains moving every now and then. And when they leave, they'll pick up speed and they go through the junction relatively quickly. Hello, Thorgrim. We're building our construction sector, I think. The construction sector that's actually supposed to stay here this time and handle everything. Relocating the construction sector out of the city, making our own bricks, boards, our own cement, our own asphalt and concrete. Steel is made inside the city, so I guess we will bring the steel over here somewhere. How am I going to do the delivery though? Why is the game so crash happy today? I don't know why it's crashing. I really wish it would throw some messages why it's crashing. It's really hard to debug these things 3 minutes ago. Another train station here for the wood delivery. Did not leave any room for that. This is not in range of a repair station. I thought it was. I guess it isn't. I mean, the repair station can also move a bit. It says it is. No, it is. Good. I don't know about that horse feeder location. I'll probably move it. It seems to be quite a traffic heavy area to place a horse feeder into. It should be next to the train platform I'm building right now, I guess. That would make the most sense. And it's out of the way, and the road can get some use. Okay. Hello, Mr. Pledge. TDR simulator? Yes. With horses. This is going to be the drop-off point for wood. It's not going to be in the same parking space as the other train. So there will be another train parked here, waiting until unloaded for wood. That was the previous connection, and this one has to go into this as well. Guess I could curve it back down again. I'll do that. A bit of space savings. So one moderately long train parked unloading wood all the time. That's all it's going to do, 150 meter long. Nothing else. Okay. I guess we get started on building all of this. Starting with the fire station. I'll probably give them trucks, to be honest. Like it's an industrial area, it makes sense. Construction sector vehicle relocation will be last. There will be trucks as well. Modern construction vehicles on the outer side here. But the horse relocation will be done first. Okay, now we should be good. I don't need a lot of storage capacity here to unload the wood. Just a little bit to keep shoving it into the sawmill. The majority will be boards. And I guess we could unload some steel as well when the construction material train runs through. But then again, the steel pickup can also be done inside the city, that's fine. Maybe leave one construction office nearby the steel mill, which will be the only one distributing steel, or something like that. Like this maintenance office. Sorry, that's a distribution office now. Put a maintenance office nearby. Plus a construction sector that moves the steel around. Can you show me how you load cars from the factory into the train, please? I picked them up by horse carriage. Only Dixie vehicles. So, selected only Dixie cars by horse carriage. Transported into the vehicle storage, which then the train is set to load any vehicle that is inside that storage, because that storage is designated as export. So that one is loading road vehicles of any type, whatever I drop into the storage. Waiting until loaded. I don't load directly from the factory, because some vehicles I don't want to export. Storage. It's under general cargo, space for vehicles and containers. I have the small storages that I'm using. You can also build a massive storage. Or you could hook the train line directly up to the factory if you want to micromanage what you're exporting with the train itself. Then you could do the same setting inside the train and just say export only these types of vehicles. But sometimes I want to use them. That's why I sometimes transport them into one of my own storages whenever I need more. But it's under general cargo. Third from the right, next to the meat storage. Ah, look at that. Totally fine. Just a smidge of pollution. I wonder how it would be without the research. It would be quite horrendous. Next pollution monitoring station almost done as well. Get the road into the large police station done, please. I don't want to deal with a crime crisis. Can you make storages for a specific vehicle? Only by telling the vehicles that load into that storage to pick up specific ones. You can't limit a storage to a specific vehicle, no. You have to organize that with transportation routes. That's the only way I could think of right now. So you would have to say pick up that type of vehicle, drop the waste vehicles into one storage, then drop the ambulances into that storage, and so on. So that's quite involved if you want to have an organized setup for storages. I do it on demand, but replacement vehicles I just buy from the border because I don't want to make it exclusively self-produced. The first time I set up a route, I have to set it up, yes, but then I'm okay with it. Okay, let's limit the workers inside the distillery for a bit, because the food production isn't keeping up. And that's going to be an issue in about 4 hours, when the storages inside the city have run dry. So we got plenty of time to react to it. So next thing you're gonna research? I would go for more healthcare. Try to flatten out the health changes during heavy pollution season of winter, but other than that I currently don't know what else I would research. Maybe bauxite, to figure out where bauxite is. If that is worth exporting. But not really. Okay, the food factory is not making that much pollution yet. That is not creeping into the city. That's okay. Look at all this green space up here. It's ridiculous. Prime area. Shouldn't that factory get fast the more times it makes a certain car or truck X amount of times? It doesn't get faster now. There's no tooling towards a specific vehicle. You're thinking of a different game. That's Hearts of Iron does that, for example. Not in this game. I don't think. I don't know why I'm making this a gravel footpath. Dirt footpath could have been enough. Oh well. People can basically walk backwards now if they want to and work in the incinerator, which is not ideal. Why am I doing this? This is terrible. Stop this. We're doing dirt footpath, not gravel. There. And now they can't walk backwards. Except to the other cableway station, but if that becomes an issue, then we have to remove this footpath and also make it dirt, I guess. Which I should probably do. Well, let's finish the cableway stations first. No need for that to be gravel. We still need electricity, water and sewage, which we will... Well, the sewage will hook up into a switch on this end, and the water will also come down from a switch towards this area. A single one will be able to cover the whole production area in this location. There's not a lot of buildings that need to do anything here. So having that somewhere west of the cableway station next to the cement factory is going to be sufficient. Let me know when the police station is done, I guess. It's grown quite a bit. It's not reliably over 10,000 citizens yet, but it's getting close. Less than half a year, then all loans are also paid back. I could take out more loans. The inflation is just taking care of the loans for us, and it's basically free money, but if we're not using it, then no reason to, I guess. Finally, they're building up the police station now. Guess we can connect this. Make this a one-way road with traffic signs somehow. How would we do that for horse carriages? It did work at the border. I don't know. We'll figure it out. One-lane road. No, I don't want to pave roads. No asphalt roads, that would look silly. No thank you. One-lane brick roads, how about that? So vehicles are allowed to leave this way if they want to pick up boards or bricks, or maybe we'll deliver steel in one of these a little bit, if only. Can basically turn a gravel road into a one-way road with signs anyhow. Yeah, the no motor vehicles does work for horses. Any other sign doesn't really. Like heavy goods vehicle doesn't work. Speed limits are limited to 30 kilometers an hour, so you can't limit them that way. And if we do minimum speed, I guess minimum speed would work. Minimum 30 kilometers an hour would also work. Yeah, that'll do. The asphalt plant has a really short road for pickup. Maybe the entrance should just be on one side, and then I turn in and wait here. Oh, by the way, Sadlier, you can also turn dirt roads into... Well, you can have dirt road junctions traffic sign, but not dirt roads themselves. But the junctions we can mess around with. we cheesed a... Well, we put a gravel road construction task here and then paused it, and that's basically what allows us to set up a traffic sign at the junction. I can make it even less obvious. Then no one will know. It'll just look like a normal junction with a little bit of a weirdly shaped dirt road. It's fine. All the vehicles are busy, very good. I heard a train dude. I guess the construction train is still active. Yep, there it goes. The hidden truth of that Spriteford. It's not that bad, it's fine. Everyone does it. If they know. It's fine. So the other cableway station will fall under other buildings unless we assign it. Which we'll probably do. Not enough workers coming down the cableway. And yeah, probably one more cableway somehow carrying workers in between this whole setup to a drop-off point in this area where they just are forced to walk to the other cableway station and find... Actually, we can't force them to walk to the other cableway station, otherwise they get picked up immediately and sent back out. They would have to go to the bus stop if we drop them off here. Or a bus stop. Or this cableway station, because that one doesn't pick up as many. But here they also can't reach the bus stop. Maybe I can relocate the waste storage and get a footpath connection through this area. That would work. If we can hook it up to the road. I know you can hook it up with footpaths, I just don't like it. What do we want to hook up there? There's no snapping point. We'll relocate the waste storage. And then we can get a footpath through this area somehow in between the buildings to hook up the other cableways to send workers not to the cableway station, but instead the bus stop, where they can look for workers locally before getting sent back to the city. You know what? We'll build it here. I think this also covers the heating plant, but that one's gonna get its own waste storage. It could also just dump into the other waste storage that we already have. There. Then I don't have to worry about that one. Just the fire station and the local police station. Get rid of this and turn it back down to dirt. I guess I can build it without the signal here, that's fine too. After all of this, we would probably set up the new construction offices first, then slowly start building up all the rest. I mean, I guess it would be nice to have the materials already available. Sawmill and brick factory is probably things we could set up as well. Yeah, that makes sense. It's way overkill having these large storages, but I don't want to set up a ton of smaller ones. And for the MegaCity it makes sense to have almost a kiloton of bricks ready to go. Yeah, if I could have a setting to not have turn around, maybe even like a nationwide settlement where trains are not allowed to turn around in place, but they can reverse instead at reduced speed. Maybe a 35 km/h reversing speed capped for every train. I would like that. But that's even more detail for trains, and I'm not sure if other people would want that. Okay, footpath has been turned into dirt again. We can still reach the other cableway station, even with the dirt footpath, so there's that. But yeah, this footpath through here is only needed for the maintenance of the cableway cars. So in theory we could also just take the footpath off of the train tracks and have the cableway towers connected only. Which is probably what we will do once it's fully built. How many aggregate train cars do we have? Loads. And waste train cars. Okay, not that many aggregate train cars. Mostly waste. Here we're doing extra brick imports. Yeah, the coal train stopping here, not ideal. But we do need that chain signal. I guess we would have to set up another chain signal on this side, so the long trains are not allowed to wait on this signal. Actually, remove this signal, I guess, and make this a chain one. It's only the coal train, it's not parked that long. I don't think this one was hooked up to anything else, just convenient storage for the heating, the power plant, police station and fire station. And we'll split up that responsibility now. Once the new storage is up for the police station and fire station, we can get rid of the old one and hook up a footpath, which will allow us to get the cableway stations to send its workers to the bus stop instead of the other cableway station, as already mentioned. Oh, that's where all the workers are going. They're going to the other cableway station right now. Yeah, that's a lot. This will be a dedicated new assignment with a limit of 1% probably. 2%, a couple more. Majority should go to other buildings. But yeah, it's not a bad thing to have too many people here because they'll just do a short round trip and get unloaded back again. Totally fine. But for now, to make sure the industries are continuing to run correctly, we'll modify the settings a bit. It's a pretty good distance in one construction task. Do I want another rail construction vehicle? I kinda do. What does a license cost for a BR-80 track builder? That's probably gonna be super cheap, right? Just 117 million? Could get a Janvarets instead. I could get a couple of these. Drive a little bit slower. But they're shorter. I think. Yeah, let's get a couple of these. Like I said, money is fine. How much was it? 112 million. Take a little bit extra, just in case. It went up to 113 million when the day ticked over to the 20th. That's fine. Make me 2 of these. And let me know when it's done, and then we'll have a bit of extended rail construction transportation capabilities for materials. That's gonna be handy. How many days? For what? The building? I need to get workers here first by tram. They haven't arrived yet, since I had the building turned off. 8,738 workdays to build one of them. It's gonna take a while. Oh, I sell for a good amount then? I'm not selling them, I'm putting them into my rail construction office. 164 tons of steel, sheesh. But yeah, would be interesting to calculate. It would have been cheaper to buy 2 from the border, but now that I can make them myself, I need to produce them myself. Check how much to sell for first. Like I said, I'm not planning on selling them. $8.7 million, I guess. Yeah, they're not really produced for export, I don't think. That is not the plan. Yeah, I think one of these sectors we could hook up directly to a power plant, but we do have a transformer here that we can use. Get the sewage pipe hooked up first and see how that one will line up. Ah, just use dirt footpaths, that's fine. Small pipes should be enough. We got a switch, and we got the connection to water and sewage in the area. That's very fancy. Just direct connection. That should cover everything. Repair station, sawmill. Maybe a second repair station even, but I think one for the area will be enough because it can repair most of the vehicles directly inside the building without having to send out a horse carriage. Only the distribution office it has to move over. Almost at the construction site for the cableway station. Once it's built, we can also send the cableway cars in here. If we need more than 10, then I'll produce more. It's gonna be a very low intensity industry. I guess the brick factory might need a couple more, but I don't know if we're going to run it at full tilt. I think the brick factory is going to be the overflow. Where most of the workers are going to be inside. Move the train signals a bit so trains are less likely to be parked on the road. But we don't have the issue that it needs to be 100%. It's not an issue. We don't have the situation where it needs to be 100% because we always provide fire stations elsewhere where a train parked on the train track does not block the passengers, the workers from getting there to run the fire station. Since we're using cableway cars. Moving them around. Could have a cableway station next to the police station or in this corner. Or both. Both, yeah. Always both. Why not both? Coaling station will need a water connection off of the dirty water pipe that comes from the other coaling station, which is going to be sufficient at supplying water to both of them. There will be another water switch. Only one connection for that building, and it'll go through the power lines. That's fine. Waste storage is up. Get this one demolished and removed. That is just dirty water, which I could also pump in from the water well, I guess. Where is that? Oh no, I'm pumping it in from the river. Yeah, I guess we could draw the same water along and then bring it also to this area instead. Get rid of this whole small setup. No, I think I like having it set up as its own thing. That's fine. We don't need the high throughput on that setup. And that will also be the supply of water for the concrete plant. Look at that. As if it was planned. It wasn't, but as if it was planned. I hope the water supply is enough. It should be. Doesn't need that much. Could build a water tower just because. Pump it into the water tower instead of a switch. That's okay. $100 tons of coal were used. The train has a carry capacity of 380, so no problems with that yet. I could also have a second train running in the same configuration, which would then wait here until the first one leaves, so we don't have a problem doubling the throughput on the coal. Even if the length of the train becomes an issue at some point. Well, I hope the police station gets built soon. This is annoying. Get so many police stations. High priority on the police station, please. Send bricks to this first, and boards. The residential buildings have some time before they need to be finished up. I want a nice view of yellow pollution with a touch of red at the border. It's fine. It's getting cold and the heating plants are kicking in again. %. We need it for a year. 2.4%. 2.9, 3.4. A 2.9%, sorry, 2.4% loan for a single year might even be better. Because we definitely have more than 2.4% inflation per year. That means communism, therefore it's good, right? Yes. This is the loyalty overlay. The closer they are to the industry, the more loyal they are. Speaking of loyalty, it's not really working right now, because we're not getting any prisoners. Have to restart yet again. Service the local buildings first before you bring workers to the steel mill or other industries. The tram should unload only to the local destination at the moment. Yeah, it's not done yet. It's just not having any workers right now. Because the trams were delayed. Again. This will be a roundabout around the repair station. Reduce traffic counterclockwise. Yeah, this doesn't make too much sense. Vehicles picking up asphalt could still backlog the road, I guess. But at least the concrete trucks are mostly going to be out of the way. It's going to be a little bit safer for the fire engines being able to get everywhere with less hindrance. A square about. Yes, this is going to be a square about. I think we're going to remove the repair station on this end and put a vehicle depot here. Because I really would like a vehicle depot just to store vehicles inside whenever I want to change the route without having to rely on the free buildings which we're currently using. Alright, you. Cableway, passenger cabins, light cabin. Wait until loaded. And we have to wait for the cableway station to be done with the road connection. Then you'll be able to unload. Can't do that here. I mean, I could if I get the road connected over the train tracks, but I'm not going to. Cableway stations can catch fire, but I guess the road connection over the train track is going to be safer than the footpath connection over the train track is going to be safer than a road connection, because then the fire engines should ignore the trains. And some modern construction offices here, I guess. Definitely a maintenance office or two, dealing with the city. Probably these ones even. They shouldn't have any transportation issues into the city with their throughput. That's designated only to do maintenance. I think it's time to split out some buildings that have to do only maintenance, more than the small one we constructed next to the rail construction office, which is still helping with construction tasks, which is delaying a bunch of stuff. You, no more construction of other things, you're only going to do maintenance now. Reconstruction and machine replacement. Stop everything else. Focus on maintenance. Do you need to build big loops for trains to turn around, or can they disconnect, shunt around and hook up to opposite end of the carriages? They basically flip around in place. So they just turn around in the area they're at, and then the engine is at the front again. There's no reversing of trains at the moment. This train turned around at this warehouse. Sneaky, yeah. I would like reversing, because then I could make a Y. Have the train go here, reverse into the Y, and then be facing forward again to leave, but you don't need to do that at the moment. I would like the detail, but it might be a bit much. Having the fact that trains would reverse, like, you have a difficulty setting of trains cannot flip in place. And then a train, if ordered to go backwards, it will just drive backwards and has a maximum speed in reverse. That is way lower. I can pretend that reversing on the line is legal. I mean, reversing in a rail yard like this is legal. That's fine. It's the best way to get a train to turn around. Once the train has done its loading, you would make it go into a loop like this. However long it needs to be to hold the whole train, and then it goes back out forwards. It does a 3-point turn basically. Forward into the warehouse, reverse out, and go forward back onto the train line. But yeah, we don't need to do that at the moment. Doesn't matter, carry on. I meant on the line, not rail yards. Well, we're not reversing on the line. I just didn't have to plan for this, for example. Reversing on the line would be funny though. Suddenly misplanning and seeing a train running in reverse on the main line would be a pretty good indicator that something wasn't really set up correctly. Police station is done. Let's get our modern vehicles that we have in the vehicle production and assign them to the new police station. There they go. Lots of workers. Let's see if they can keep up with the demand for crime fighting capabilities before the criminality spirals out of control. Maybe we'll set up another police station somewhere in the northern area, but I hope one of these is going to be enough to support the efforts of the smaller police stations. I don't want to have a ton of these large ones. It's going to be the most efficient building pulling crime cases to itself because it's going to have the fastest police cars in the city. It's not going to be these horse police carriages. It's going to be actual police cars. We'll see if that fixes it or not. We'll monitor the police cases, the criminal cases inside the police station, the new one. The other police stations I don't really care about right now. They're just overloaded. And then we'll have to restart the loyalty again. Getting that off the ground with insufficient police force is not possible. Torpedo police cars. Those tires could sink into the tram track line and get the vehicle stuck. Definitely speed, yes. Now they have to go get fuel, because I haven't assigned them for a fuel supply yet. I probably should do that. Are you on the same assignment? 11 each. Should be. Bring them fuel. Wait a minute, do the transparent building pieces also have a hitbox? No. Transparent building pieces do not have a hitbox. I'm expecting a lot of cases showing up here. We'll have to supply more workers to it. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Speed. Speed of investigation. Keep up, keep up. Don't overload yourself. Keep it up. Let's go. You're gonna solve everything. This building is gonna solve everything. Until it runs full. Oh great, machine replacement, of course. Oh well. So what's your range? Everything, I guess. Good. At some point we can put another police station in the northwest of the city and have both of them cover in support of the smaller police stations. There's the fuel. I still think more configuration settings for some of the buildings would be nice. Especially the police stations. The way they fail is just extremely annoying. But maybe there's too much micromanagement in the game already, I don't know. And I would say no, but I'm biased. It's going to thin out the cases that the other police stations will assign to themselves when they're overloaded, and then the large police station will take on more cases because it's going to run through the existing cases. And that's why I gave it a full complement of police cars, because I'm not worried about it getting overloaded, because once it does, we know we need another large police station. Buildings are not supposed to have high loyalty in them. Yeah, right now that one added a lot of extra crime fighting capabilities to our city. I don't think they're taking on new cases. I don't think. And it's all going through the large police station at the moment. Which is how it should be. Cableway station getting set up. Yeah, the build style of like rail networks for me has changed a lot once I started using single track networks. Like this thin single track going into these large rail yards, I think feels more realistic to me. But it only really works if you have longer trains and they don't run that often. With distribution offices it might also work. Definitely makes it a lot easier on connecting something back to the main line though, because you don't have to worry about, yep, we gotta merge all of these 6 tracks into 2 double tracks. No, it all goes into the single track and it's fine. What is this one? Oh, wait. I don't get it. What is this about? Incoming pipe. Don't think we need that. Machine replacement still ongoing. Pipe 51. The one I just removed, yeah, was kind of weird. Appeared out of nowhere. Sneaky pipe. Alright, we'll be soon connected. Then we can run the fire station with some modern trucks. because it's a pretty big investment here. Mostly, if a storage burns down while holding 1,000 ton of resources, it's going to be a nightmare to clean up. So I think some fire trucks here make sense. As soon as that serious case finished, there's so much more capacity for the medium crime. It's sped up quite a bit. Alright, it looks like it's pulling a lot more cases to itself now, which is good. And yeah, some housing development between the road and what we're currently setting up. It's not going to go wrong. Should be in range of heating, no problem. We might need another electric substation here, but that's about it. Yeah, it's speeding up so much when there's no serious case. They draw so much work. Alright, very good. All of these cases have almost all run out of their time, so then they will become active again. But this time they'll be supported. And so far the large police station hasn't run full on cases yet, meaning that if the other ones start working again normally, we definitely have enough capacity to handle all cases. What about the courthouse though? Seems to be doing alright. I mean, it's getting the cases with a lot of statute of limitation time left. That seems okay, but that's probably going to be our next point of contact where we have to have another courthouse to make sure these do not run out of time. But the prisons will be busy again. It seems to be balancing based on the worker count, instead of evenly balancing between all prisons. Well, the loyalty here has massively crashed. You became disloyal. You move somewhere away from this area. Get out of here. Go run the prison again. Boost me some loyalty. Not the loyalty. Yes, loyalty. We'll have to fix it again. Hello, Marilyn Love. Welcome. I mean, if we have really loyal police, I wonder how efficient they would be. For the secret police, it's a massive increase. And what they can do. Thank you for the follow, Marilyn Love. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. So we're at 10% of our goal of 100,000 citizens. Victory is in reach. We just need to make the city 10 times as large as we have right now, and then we're there. We can double it with housing around the western side. And then make it 5 times the size of that. Not sure where it's going to develop next. I think I would like to use this island for some development. We could have pedestrian footpaths going across, running fire stations, and then put all of our distribution offices on this island, for example. Leaving the area next to the water for more residential development. And like I said, just a pedestrian crossing into a fire station to run, to protect our distribution office vehicles. Maybe a bridge into the turnaround loop here, where they get into the warehouse sector. I do not want to relocate that one, but we will need another one. How's the city going compared to Megas? I don't know how Megas is doing. Last I checked, he was doing fairly well. Mega has a lot of cities spread out in the jungle. It's going very well, very well for a city. Ours is struggling a bit because we're running horse carriages everywhere. Do you have a wall? I have no wall, no. Well, I have a fence in some cases. This train track is protected by a fence, so no one can accidentally walk on it. But only up to the train yard. No walls. Walls are prefab panel buildings, and we don't really have those. Okay, let's try and restart this police station. Let's try and restart all police stations before the year is over. So all the cases are basically removed from it. And there we can turn on the warning messages again. And see if there's another issue that will crop up somewhere. Now being supported by a large police station. Was that still a horse police station? It was. Right, in the factory area. Yeah, that makes sense. There was a rocky ridge looking thing. Oh yeah, that's the river here. Those messages should go away in 4 days. I turned on the checkboxes again. But yeah, should be better now. All cases went unexamined this year. Hopefully it'll be better. Count of higher educated citizens is staying around 1,700. So it's always dropping during winter and then raising up again. Our university is holding the amount about steady, but around 1,700. It's not a wall, no. We did not put our city into a crater with walls around the outside. Although it could have worked. Is this the music that plays in the game? No, I'm playing custom music from Carl Casey, from Whitebed Audio. I like the music. So I'm playing it a lot on my channel. His music is Twitch safe to stream, which is very handy. As long as you give credit. Which I do. At the start of every stream and when someone asks about it. Alright. Have a good one. Let me know when the other cableway station is up and we can send cableway cars to it. I really wanted to use cableway cars for inner city transportation, but it has not happened yet. Instead we set up trams, I guess. But maybe we can carry passengers, citizens, workers with cableway cars across the industrial sector at some point. There's not really any room for it. Maybe in this area. I don't know if you can bring it over the conveyor. That might get in the way. Lots of covered hull transportation. What is the open hull truck here doing? A flat maintenance. I guess that makes sense. Flats should have priority. Maybe some open hull trucks. 12 of them. Stop production after it's done. Three, 6, 9, 12. 11 in the queue and 1 being produced. I'll supply some of them to the to some free construction offices, which will help out with current construction tasks, but then we'll assign them to the dedicated maintenance offices to move materials around the city. And maybe we should have a maintenance office that just does steel distribution to wherever it's needed. I think a shared maintenance center construction office makes sense, but yeah, 1 for steel would be great. I don't have a lot of room in here left. I'm not using these storages that much. I could remove these 4 storages and put a maintenance office here, which then would pick up from the shared steel storage for the vehicle production. I also need to produce train cars to transport the wood into the storage for the sawmill. Yeah, do the machine replacement, stop bugging me. Will you be buying the wood? Yes. Not doing raw resource production right now, I'm gonna be importing it. At some point I can set up some logging camps outside if I really want to, and then just merge all the wood and do my own wood production, but it's so cheap, I don't need to produce that myself. Just a single train always importing the wood. Since I'm not exporting the boards, I'll be fine. Just for domestic demand, no export intended. If we at some point want to do export, I would have to not send the construction material train here again anymore, and I would have to set up a shared storage where I can split it up between domestic usage and then whatever goes to export. Such lumberjack noises. Well, I also haven't done any farming, because that would also be extensive. Last year we imported 6,000 tons of crops, which is definitely doable with farming. That's like 10 large fields, I think, so not that much. If we had modern harvesters and sowing machines. But we don't have a harvesting machine yet. I mean, one we would use appropriate to the era. But there might be a harvesting machine coming up soon for early start. Yeah, I guess we could use this area for some construction offices. What is that? You're connected somewhere. Okay, now it's gone. Okay, now it's working. That's where the 12 trucks are gonna work from for now. Picking up steel, bricks and boards. Nothing else. Helping a little bit with the maintenance. That one's also an open hull truck, sure. Hello, Black Moon Dove. Welcome. Yeah, there's quite a few construction and maintenance tasks ongoing. Let's get through all the building processes we have queued up right now. Water pipe is low priority. Sewage pipe is low priority. This water pipe will wait. Mega Railway City, some number. That could be another challenge. If a building supports delivery by train, you have to use a train. That would be a challenge. That would be impressive. We could replace all vehicles earlier so the question marks wouldn't be showing up constantly. Oh, it's not question marks, it's the repair icons. Where's the rail construction vehicle? Waiting for repair. Right, it's at 100%. Just needs a little bit more steel and mechanical components, apparently. And after that, the rail construction vehicle can start working again. Was that it? Wait. You are... yeah, you're getting enough workers. Why is this one not getting repaired? It's at 100%. Is it stuck because it's not getting repaired? You're heading back to the repair station? Yes. The repair station always has enough vehicles? Yes. It still has 8% wear. But why are you not repairing it? Iron price going down? Sure. Bug? Maybe. Feels like it. It's not stopping to repair. It seems like it's just stopping briefly and immediately leaving again. I'm not sure why. It says there can be 88 people working inside the rail construction vehicle. 75 years old, the track builder. Okay, now it finished it. Not sure why it didn't do that the previous time when it had enough materials, but I guess now it finished it. It's fine again. Maybe because we were looking, it behaved differently. Alright, we could now take down the footpath here. I'll wait until all the cableway towers are done. I do not want the ability for the workers from this cableway station to walk into the other cableway station if I set this to send workers to any building, in case I need to prioritize the fire station, for example. How much wear do you have? 8%, yeah. I guess making 2 new replacement vehicles is not a bad thing. Is this a short or a long? That's a long, okay. And yeah, then this train will not have to go to the border anymore for picking stuff up, because bricks, boards... Okay, it has to go to the border for picking up gravel. I guess that still has to happen, because I guess I could set up a gravel processing plant in the city to also pick up gravel here somewhere, but that would be somewhere else. We would probably do a gravel quarry, a stone quarry somewhere as our first raw resource industry. Light personal cabin into the cableway tower. Still needs more bricks, boards and steel, but I'll get there. Looks like police is doing fine. Looks good. "25 cases expired this year. That's a lot. Looks like we're having a couple cases expiring. I guess it's gonna be time to build up that other courthouse, so that all prisoners will find a way in our republic. But at least it's not the police stations that are the capacity issue at the moment. Yes, courthouse overwhelmed. It's just a large amount of cases that has piled up. But yeah, second courthouse. Now that we're getting to 10,000 citizens, is going to be a sensible investment. Build something like this as our police station courthouse area. Then it can be overlooking the city a bit. We'll get that made, I guess. Probably with brick footpaths with streetlights. Something like that. And then some housing development off of this. Waste storage would probably make sense. Maybe a cableway station here. I guess next to the prisons wouldn't be that sensible. Probably in the housing sector. Cableway line behind the courthouse, across the road for the industry. To be determined. Another heavy cableway engine tower setup. It's got heating, water, sewage, and electricity. Everything a building could ever want. We're out of money. I mean, we're paying 2.6 million each month, so it's bound to happen occasionally. I did buy something for 120 million. Just let it slowly tick down. I guess our export isn't running because I am producing open hull trucks instead. Hey, your machine replacement is running. Only one more steel delivery. And yes, the courthouse. Guess we'll need 10 courthouses to get up to 100,000 citizens. Cableway towers are done. Two more brick deliveries and we'll have our cableway station up and running. Then we can bring the cableway cars into it and start flooding this area with workers, with the first place that will need workers being the fire station. And once that is running, then yes, we can start everything else. I mean, if I wanted to be really mean, or, well, not mean, but efficient, this whole area could also have housing. There's a cableway station that could bring the people back into the city. We could have housing here if we don't find any other use for that location in the future. Two cableway stations that are feeding workers towards this area could also bring citizens back into the city. That's all the materials available. Now we just need 25-30 workers and they'll finish the building for us. I might have to send some highly educated people to the tram station. You know what? The problem is that we're balancing everything out evenly, so a lot of highly educated workers are now going to the fire station. I'm going to remove the assignments again, so the highly educated people prefer the workplaces that require higher education, and an excess amount can go to the vehicle production line for road vehicles. That's fine. Just distribute the highly educated workers efficiently, please. Need a couple more workers than one. Or two. 20 will do it. Once we have our own domestic brick production, then we can also start bricking the roads a little bit more often, like start upgrading the roads everywhere inside the settlement. Someone please bring asphalt to the fire station under construction here. Or is there an issue with the asphalt plant? Machine replacement, right. That would explain it. Yes, the courthouse is overwhelmed. It's going to be the whole year. We're working on a second one. Where's the horse carriage? It should be able to make it. I hope. Unless it's getting stuck in traffic again. Yeah, it's got plenty of time. I think. Two hours left. Destination less than a kilometer away. We'll be there. I guess we're running low on transportation capacity for open haul materials. With how many construction tasks we're setting up. Missing alcohol. I did lower the alcohol production a bit. I'm going to change your route so you unload alcohol back into the storage. Probably 20%. After you've loaded the alcohol for export, make sure at least 20% of your carry capacity is loaded back, which is going to be 46 tons. That's a lot of alcohol. Alright, there's the cableway station. Even before the other horse carriage got here. We can now send you out to deliver cableway cars into this area. Second station doesn't have any power right now, which is fine. We did learn, and hopefully we'll remember this time that only one station needs power. I hope you don't need power to load the cableway cars into the station. Last vehicle production almost ready to go. And we can hook up the passenger, the personal car production in again. So we can start making money again. There we go. Oh, this is where I wanted to have the horse feeder. Oh, there's a road here. I think that's gonna move. No, the horse feeder is back here. No, everything's fine. The horse feeder was supposed to be in an area away from all the junctions, where they do a whatever turn inside, and then it just goes back without blocking against the incoming vehicles onto the roundabout that will run counterclockwise. Should reduce traffic issues. Well, let me know when the fire station is up, once the asphalt plant has had its maintenance be done. It has had its maintenance done, so should be working again. And we're almost back to producing personal cars for export. Workers aren't really supposed to wait at this station, it's only a drop-off point, and there's no bus platform to try and build a backlog of workers. Looks like the demolition is done. Let's see if we can get that footpath through here, like I hope we can. Should be possible. Then people from this platform, if they arrive again, will be sent to the bus stop once this is built. Well, other buildings first, and then the overflow goes to the bus stop, from where they can check again. And if they go to the bus stop and nothing is available for them, they go to the tram station, the cableway station, and then they can make their way out of here. Well, the problem with this is going to be that the assignment at the bus platform will currently mean that it'll go back to the cableway station too, so I'll have to make this another assignment. Why engine power 0.17 plus 0.17 a second doesn't work? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it'll update once it's running. Oh, we can carry a lot more cableway cars, the smaller ones, that's good. Instead of just one, we can carry 3 at a time. Very nice. Asphalt got delivered, finally. Still have to set up traffic signs everywhere where it makes sense. We can have 6 cableway cars here. I thought we could have more. I guess I overproduced then. So we only need to deliver one more time and then we have some extra cableway cars that are not going to be useful right now. Interesting. I guess it's a very short track. So, just the last construction phase for the fire station and then the construction sector itself can be built up. Without having to worry about stuff burning down. There's not going to be that many workers in the area. I hope it's going to be enough. Maybe I miscalculated with the cableway, but at that point we could tear down the towers and build a large, heavy cableway setup, I guess, instead. If we notice it being insufficient. But like I said, I don't think we need a lot of workers. One for the sawmill, couple for the cement plant, probably only one. Repair station and brick factory need the most workers, excluding the fire station. Yeah. Priority on the fire station, guys. I know this is groundworks, but still. There's alcohol in here now. Once the train runs through again, it should be okay. Wait. Which one was complaining about alcohol? Something was complaining about alcohol. I closed it. I thought I knew what was going on. Something was complaining about alcohol. It's not this one. This one has 23 tons. Maybe it was complaining when the train unloaded the first time and now it's gone. Maybe the first delivery is fine again now. Could be the case. Alright, police is working alright again. Just the courthouse struggling. But if they escape judgment, then they'll commit crime again and then get locked up next time. But yeah, the courthouse has to catch up. It is getting better again. But the second one is going to be a good investment. Just in case we run into another crime spiral, then we can run through the cases more efficiently. We do have 2 small prisons right now which are set to be inactive, which we can activate at a moment's notice once we realize our prisons are running and struggling with crime happening. And yeah, the loyalty spiral is starting up again, which is good. Everyone currently should move into one of these 4 houses. Until they're filled, at which point we would activate more houses. That's a lot of cases. futile. The rest you might be able to do. There are set construction materials. Constant supply of construction site workers being fed into the construction site thanks to the cableway station. You're not picking anyone up right now because there's no destination, I guess. No extra workers are needed at the moment, so you're not even picking them up from the cableway. Because I did not set up a bus platform. Oh, you're a different train. I also need to set that up for you. Because you're going into different stations now. 20% of alcohol will be unloaded back into the warehouse, please. They have different waypoints because they weren't behaving correctly. A waste storage for the repair station. A small one, I guess. Oh, and the sawmill. Well, yeah, that one also only has one worker. I guess, yeah, the repair station has the majority of the workers. I guess this is enough. I would say. Construction finishing up. Got some fire engines inside the vehicle production line, parked in here. Rubalt T4065 and then an F should be the fire engines. I don't have to select them manually. I just assign them to the building and they get selected automatically because the fire station does not allow any other vehicles inside. So they're on their way now. And then the cableway will be a bit more busy, because then there will be actual workplaces to send workers to. This junction is very busy for the train track. No fuel here right now. Let's get that moving as well. Fuel distribution doesn't have that much to do, I say, with most of the fuel trucks being busy right now. Do I have some fluid wagons in storage somewhere? No. Let's get a couple more. There we go, workers being fed into the fire station, and now other construction sites are ready to be started as well. Everything basically. Minus the water pipe. We'll wait until the sewage pipe is up. Yeah, down to 33%. It's slowly dealing with enough cases, so it'll probably be fine again near the end of the year, but having a second courthouse ready to go is probably the right choice. We're currently not able to handle the minor cases fast enough, so yeah, it's definitely struggling to maintain pace. But medium and serious crimes are handled fine and adequately. I guess just some of the minor crimes are going through without proper handling. Okay, other cableway station now gets up to 10% of the workers, which is a lot. It's now balanced. It's getting as many workers as all the other buildings combined are getting. That might be a bit much, but I want to make sure that the fire station stays running. Or maybe it's not combined, maybe it's 9% for each other building. Yeah, I guess it's other. I don't know. I thought it was a 50-50 split then. Oh well. 6 cableway cars. It's at max capacity now, which is fine. Means we got 4 cableway cars sitting around for the moment. I guess that delivery just recently happened. You need to go back to the vehicle production export and pick up Dixie cars. Good progress. We lost a lot of people though. These 3 flats need to populate first. They should be out of range of most of the severe pollution. So once they have populated, I think they'll be alright. Yeah, they should be fine. I guess since we're running through a lot of cases with the courthouses, the orphanages might be insufficient and a lot of the children are not taken care of. That's probably what's happening. Once we caught up with the crime wave, it should be okay again. But yeah, stop taking care of the minor cases. You're not finishing them anyway. I could put them on 0 years, so they would immediately be cancelled until this has fixed itself. Then it doesn't even go through trial, it just gets immediately dismissed. And it wouldn't count as a case that has been dismissed. So if we do this, bam, all the minor crimes are gone. And they don't count against this. That way we can make sure we run through all the cases first that we can handle before focusing back on the minor cases again. Only 3 maintenance tasks, I guess. What does the maintenance construction office got to say about that? There's a couple more. Also the incinerator is undergoing machine replacement. It's filling up with waste. We really need to wait until unloaded. You all said to wait until unloaded, but you're not doing it. Oh, it's probably because they kick the vehicles out so that they don't interrupt the machine replacement. Maybe that's what's happening. So they can't wait until unloaded when the building undergoes machine replacement. Look at this guy gaming on a Saturday. Hello, Decipher. Look at this guy being in Twitch chat on a Saturday. How are you doing? Doing terrible, thanks for asking. How's the game going? Game's going well, thank you. Thanks for asking. It's going really well. Building up our new construction sector area next to our power station location. We're reaching 10,000 citizens every now and then. Every time we're doing that, we're celebrating. And we had a little bit of a crime wave, but other than that, everything is going nicely. Lots of minor cases that are not being handled by the courthouse right now. 10k soon. We already had 10k. But yeah. Yes, 10k again. Let's go. Another 55 citizens, then we are at 10k again. are you talking about, Black Moon Dove? Sheesh. Laboratory stuff for you, 10k up. Yeah. Two more open hull trucks. Now we got all 12 vehicles. Oh my god, the chemicals are getting expensive. Why? The inflation is a nightmare. Oh my god, the iron price has crashed massively. Down to $1,000 per ton from previously over 5,000. Yay, we're over 10,000. Hooray. With the crashed iron price, our economy is not in a stable position anymore. And the loans we've taken out are actually quite a lot. Cheers to that? Yes, doing really well. But the iron price crash is going to be a problem. Now the trains are almost back down to 2 million rubles per train load of personal cars. I hope we can maintain that. Is the mass production of chemical factory complex in the 5-year plan? We would need a research point for that. I wasn't planning on making chemicals. Well, we could make chemicals, I guess. Send them to the ore mines. No, the iron price crashed so much that it doesn't make sense right now. Coal is cheap. Fertilizer is more expensive than coal, apparently. And biological waste is at $2,162 per ton, 25,000 rubles per ton. I think the game wants me to produce some biological waste for some reason. Biological waste, not fertilizer. The fertilizer would be a byproduct that we need to get rid of. Bacon and cheese and egg croissant. Sulfur? No sulfur. Just biological waste and resulting fertilizer. Yes, the fire station will need a waste storage too. What science research is that? Biological waste and fertilizer? Nothing really. You have access to that from the start. For industries. Otherwise you need waste separation if you want to get it from your citizens. Which is too modern for us. We can't do that. I could build a... if it was fertilizer that was expensive, I could make a composting plant, I guess. It's under farming. But that turns biological waste into fertilizer, which would lose a lot of money. I need the inverse, I need the reverse. But that doesn't exist. So the small police stations now deal with the crime locally, and the large police station can send excess personal police cars out into the city to help alleviate crime waves that are happening anywhere. Could probably even help with the industry. Maybe I need to get rid of that other police station in here now, the horse police station. Don't think that makes much sense anymore if the large police station can send vehicles in this area now. I don't know, I'll just leave it there still. Only 500,000 rubles per trainload of iron ore. Or iron, not ore. Alright, let's rename this one. MegaCity 19 Loyalty Prison. So we know what's up when it complains about insufficient wardens. But right now it's doing excessively well. And houses are slowly filling up with the new loyal workers. Get all of the loyal professors out of here. And we'll try the idea with the school, even though the school is already overloaded. No, let's not do that. We're running into another issue where we don't have enough schools anymore, apparently. That's unfortunate. What brainwashing is going on now? Nothing, we have a rehabilitation prison where we are rehabilitating people back to 100% loyalty. So they can integrate into society more easily. That's not brainwashing. I don't think. I hope the setup is correct, like I envisioned it, but I'm not sure if everything was planned correctly, so we'll see. It's not brainwashing, it's neural maintenance. That's a good way to call it, yeah. We're conducting some neural maintenance on our citizens to keep them in tip-top shape. That's a lot of cases, still. Lots of serious cases at the top, which are slowly finishing up. I'm not going to decline all the medium cases, that would be too much. They need to be handled. We can't just imprison people with serious crimes. Medium crimes should also be imprisoned. And minor crimes will be imprisoned too, once the second courthouse is up. We need more prisoners. I would like to restart the loyalty program in full force, using the other prisons as well. Oh my god, there's so many people here with not enough education yet. I'm gonna have to build another school, I guess. Wait, what? Oh, that's a large one, yeah. Yeah, I guess we can have some decentralized school location over here. Might as well. Next to the train depot. Hello, Kelly McElrath. Welcome. Doing well, thank you. Hope you're having a good day too. An adequate day. Or a good day. At the very least. At the very least, adequate. Yeah, I guess we'll build a school here, sure. Drop another kindergarten in next to it. Nope, no room. Okay, just a school. Wish you could probably connect buildings, adding row houses and the likes. Then dynamically shaped buildings like in Ostriv. That could be something. Maybe for a potential sequel, who knows? We're gonna store gravel. And the other store other storages will be coal. One for the coaling station only. Maybe for the local pickup for distribution offices can also pick up coal from the coaling station storage. And then the one that goes into the cement plant, which is used even less than that. And the brick factory. That one is used more. Running the train production right now is using up all of our steel from the steel mill. Shocker. Making 2 trains that cost us over 300 tons of steel is having a little bit of an effect on the steel supply. Down to 30% unsolved cases. Yeah, the fact that you can just say, okay, all minor crimes, no more prison sentences, allows you to manage the volume of cases you want to handle with a single courthouse. So you could just say, okay, we're over 10,000 citizens, I don't want to build another courthouse, I just dismiss all medium and minor cases. Which will have its own impact on society, but at least they don't count as too much workload. I wonder what would happen if we dismiss all medium and serious crimes and just deal with the minor crimes. That would be a weird thing to do. Serious criminals are not prosecuted, just people who commit minor crimes. Okay, we're not doing anything with biological waste for the moment. Could be exporting it to the border. 100,000 per 4 tons. It's probably worth it. $11 tons of 276,000 rubles right now. It's a lot of money. Maybe another waste pickup point to just drop the biological waste in. I was actually thinking of making a livestock haul and trying to mass produce biological waste, now that our iron economy has pretty much crashed. Iron ore is struggling to gain value again. Means that steel price crashed. US dollar price crashed from 23,000, 25,000 to 6,000. Pretty rough. Okay, we're only making 1 rail construction vehicle right now. This manufacturing is taking way too long. I thought the trams would be able to shove more workers in here more efficiently. Maybe I also need to split up that tram line so they have more vehicles, but higher frequency, but fewer combined vehicles. I just don't want to overload the road with too many trams running. But it's probably the right idea. Well, let's do that, I guess. I mean, I still have a bunch of trams here that I can send out right now as individual trams onto the existing route, while we try and split up the double trams. There's still a lot of crime happening, but yeah, as long as we're not dealing with the minor cases, this is just going to keep increasing, I think. Oh, you're trying to return. Yeah, that makes sense. We'll have to wait until all the other trains have passed. Getting a little bit busy here. We'll probably have to use the northern approach for the train tracks soon, and then run trains out the western side. Or just try and build a new setup here for the trains to merge into the area. Because this is a little bit inefficient, getting a little bit inefficient now. But just a little bit. Being bossy now? No. Definitely not. %100% loyalty, very good. And they will feed into the existing workforce for the prison. And the highly educated, highly loyal citizens, we could just move into this building to try and get the loyalty started for the whole city. Or maybe that extra school that we're building up now. That could also be a thing. The shift key, you should have not connected that. Get a tennis court for the school, I guess. So yeah, tomorrow at this time I won't be here. I'll go to my quote-unquote appointment again. And then late afternoon, evening stream, I guess, is gonna be probably happening. Before that, we might do some other stream, though. But I don't think it's gonna be Workers and Resources in the morning, before noon. Is it IAPT or something? What is IAPT? I don't know what you mean. Oh, eye appointment. No. It's a leisure thing. I'm going back to the gun range for a couple hours. I'm still calling it an appointment because it's, I don't know, something planned. Everything at work is called an appointment. No, just pistols. Indoor shooting with pistols only. Although someone has a 50 cal Desert Eagle, so there's that. It's quite the menace. Silliness, yeah. Could say that. But that would be mean. Let's get started with the resource deliveries to the courthouse because we can already connect it with a dirt footpath. That school is very much overloaded. I don't mind too much because otherwise we'll just get more people into the medical university waiting for their education, and that doesn't help us anyway. Can't wait to get rid of the construction sector buildings here and start extending the city up north as well. I need to relocate the technical university into this area for people with high loyalty. So we have a dedicated university that takes care of the people with high loyalty in our settlement. Because they should definitely get a higher education, if possible. %92 is quite high. Are you doing okay? Don't have a waste storage yet. All the waste trucks are busy. Also not built any new waste carriages in a while. A couple of them are idling. A very small amount of them. Yeah, steel will just be picked up in the city. I don't need a storage here. If I do need a centralized storage for pickup, we'll grab the resources from the new location that we're building up right now and the steel mill and transporting it over there. But this should not be the centralized location for pickup. It's the southern construction sector. I could call it the CSCSE for the construction sector center southeast, but I'll wait with a name tag until we need one. One more kindergarten seems to be necessary. That's fine. It's only 50 people. Let me know when the courthouse is done, and then we can reactivate the minor crimes for prosecution. %24 expired prosecutions this year. We're almost back down below 20, at which point the warning message should disappear. But we're only achieving that right now by skipping the majority of cases. And the people who are not being prosecuted are basically just going to start committing medium crimes until they get prosecuted. Yeah, maybe we'll have to double track this side as a bit of a waiting line. Don't really want to do that. One side incoming tracks, one side outgoing lines. That would be a double-tracked train track for our Republic. I guess we could start the double tracking at the cableway line here. But then it would be still too short to even fit a large train in, so it doesn't really help us. We know when the new school is done, so we can set the loyalty limit to 30 or 35 for the workers. That public school we're building right now will not be used to generate loyal citizens, that's for sure. It'll hopefully be able to keep down the amount of students coming to this area, so we can start increasing the loyalty maybe inside the university sector. %93 loyalty. Good number. slowly start shifting more and more professors with high loyalty into this new house. I'll be a little bit upset about being relocated, but it's just the happiness that's going to drop, not the loyalty. And the happiness should recover, unless they demand electronics. It's gonna be annoying. But I'll use their loyalty to try and push up the loyalty of some of the school children. Especially once we set the loyalty requirement in that building to be at least over 50%. That should bring a flood of relatively loyal people in. Yeah, maybe these buildings shouldn't accept loyal people with higher education at the moment. Feed those into that building, please. Directly towards the school. And the other two houses we could accept people with minor low education, standard education. To continue having workers for the prison. Then I guess it's time to accept people with good loyalty, but not too good loyalty in here again. Basic education 50 to 75% loyalty. While we're continuing to accept people with extremely high loyalty only in the houses for the first prison, which is going to be our catalyst for getting always getting people with at least 100% loyalty through the system. This should make a lot of loyal people. You got 11 years of a prison sentence. You are gonna be locked up for a while. It's got a good reach. Students going to the tram platform can also then reach the school for sure. But university students will have to take the tram to the northern university, the northeastern one. %60 on the heating plant. This one is 55, 60. Got a little bit of capacity left. An eclipse? No, it was just nighttime. No eclipse. Well, I guess it was a An eclipse by the Earth, getting between the sun and, well, the Earth. At nighttime, I guess, is an eclipse by the Earth. Oh, an ellipse. Right. Sort of, yeah. I'm doing all the fancy train tracks. Next heating plant could be between the rail construction office and the vehicle production line in that niche. It would get workers by the tram line. And it could supply heating to housing development up in the north-northwest. Then another heating plant next to the vehicle line. Doesn't have any way to get workers for the moment. By that point we might have a tram line on the western side of the industrial area inside the city center as well, with another tram station. Or we just draw a underground footpath, I guess, which currently wouldn't work because this one is occupied. %, 138 cases, that's a lot. So many serious cases happening right now. Sheesh. Chat. That is true. Versus and resourcers? What's that supposed to mean? That doesn't sound right. Groundworks on the new school almost done, just bricks, boards and steel to finish it up. And then hopefully the impending education crisis is not going to happen. Some people here get higher and higher loyalty. I could focus on based on education, which I should probably do. It reduces our throughput by a lot though, but might be the right way to go by right now. Get the people through who are closest to finishing up their education. So many people. Yeah, it's a very busy school. I want to set the school to only accept teachers with more than 60% loyalty. But I don't think we have that many teachers yet. But every loyal teacher now being released from this prison will move to that building until it's full. So Yeltsin Miron Afanasevich will go to that building and become a teacher after this free time. This is the last working shift and free time before he goes over and either becomes a teacher or a professor. Professor Pavlov? I don't know. Professor Kliersky. I guess I should dedicate a university to Comrade Kliersky, which is a stalker joke that I don't know why we made that yesterday, but kind of funny. Let's just make sure they actually move into the correct building. Wait for the free time to end and see where they relocate into. They need to add dogs for Professor Pavlov. I don't know if they are allowed in Pavlov's house. Okay. You are now working as a teacher, I think. With... where are you? I have 100% loyalty. You should be in here somewhere. Hopefully not as staff. There you are. Yeltsin Miron Afanasevich. Good, so that's working. We'll prevent people from moving in here because that's going to be probably the replacement to this building. Since I would like a lot of people with high loyalty existing in this area. I guess just, no, to keep moving highly educated people and it's fine. What a career path, from prison to professor. Yeah, that's how we reintegrate people into society. We take good care of our citizens. Okay, these are gonna be turned to basic education, highest loyalty. No more professors here. Don't know where our excavator is. I'm gonna send it over to do the groundworks. Host distribution office? Nah, go do the groundworks for the new courthouse, please. Go drive over there and finish that, please. Can't find a job? Go murder someone, then you can become a teacher. You still have to log out and get into the right prison for that. We're not running a large prison for that at the moment. This is a very select few people that are getting this treatment. Teach criminology and instruct future generations on how not to be caught. Yes, make the crime better so we can make our police better. Let's see if the loyalty will start going up at some point. Right now it's trending downwards again. I still have to make the train cars for the wood import train. Cargo wagons. I mean, I have the production license for it already. There's no dedicated logging train cars, I guess, like there is for steel. At least none in the time frame we're talking about right now. So some more stake cars, I guess. Basically the train that was importing bricks is going to be migrated to hauling wood instead. All materials present for the new school. Let's allow more workers onto the construction site directly from their residential buildings. Just finishing it up. Don't need to notify me, I'm right here waiting. So the Spa Cafe is getting some citizens. They're drinking alcohol in here only. Don't see anyone dealing with their attraction demand. I'm not sure if it has a positive effect. And the restaurant is barely getting any workers. But yeah, it's here too, I guess. Spa Cafe, yeah. It's in our touristy area, it makes sense. Even though it doesn't really benefit our citizens that much, I guess. The expo hall is very well visited. Hello, research point soon at 11k? No. 12.5k is the next one, or 1970. 1980 is gonna be the last decade where we get a research point. A free research point from just going through the years, and then it's all population growth. Since there will be no other settlements. Hello, Superdino. Well, school's gonna be busy. And I guess if they get picked up from the major tram stop, they can unload on the first tram stop on the route to the university and just go to this school instead. That is now a possibility. We need a new university for sure. I would like to push up to 3,000, I guess 400 highly educated people. And the current one is limiting us to 1,700 on average. Big tech uni, probably once we relocate the asphalt and concrete plant. I'm gonna slap another university down and then probably build some housing around it for loyal people. Happiness has dropped quite a bit. I guess now that we're locking people up again, it's having a bit of an impact on happiness. Still waiting on the new courthouse before we start prosecuting for minor crimes again. But we're below 20% again, so which is good. It is still going up. 138, we were at 128 or so before, I think. So some of the cases are not being solved in time, I think. Almost 200 meters. 150 meter long import train for wood is gonna be sufficient. Even shorter than that would be fine. But if at some point the pickup of resources from this area makes too much of an impact traffic-wise and is causing problems, we might create another pickup location. There's some extra construction offices elsewhere. Especially truck-based construction offices would probably be benefiting off of that. But currently it's not on the plan. Where's the truck? There it is. I think I would like to build another waste storage here for the waste trucks that are moving it into the incinerator, so they wouldn't get blocked by the incoming traffic unloading the waste into this area. That incinerator setup needs to move. It has served us well, but whenever we're undergoing maintenance of the incinerator, it's looking like the storage might get so full that it causes more pollution. 48 years of life expectancy, very good. And now we have two smaller houses dedicated for only the most loyal citizen right next to the prison. Also working inside the prison. People with 50 to 75% loyalty can move in here over time. Also working in the prison, but we're currently not doing any loyalty related shenanigans, but we could be. Mostly trying to get that filled with school children. Once they start pushing over 50% loyalty, they'll also move into that house and start running the staffing for the prison for us. Just need a couple more highly educated workers with enough loyalty to push us over that limit. I think we can demand 50% loyalty now to make that happen. There will be fewer students handled by the school because we don't have that many very loyal teachers yet. But everyone going through the school will have a massively increased loyalty once they finish. And the other school will have to help us buffer for that for the moment. This one is just regular education with no real excessive focus on loyalty. Oh, it's December. The Ferris wheel is doing its thing. Excellent. So much color. That took a while. Spin, if only. It's pretty, isn't it? It's doing that every December. No, not that kind of spin. Waste storage here is overfilled. I thought I had one in place for you, but I guess I did not. No, I did. It's just not done yet. Nope, that is not in range for you yet. I guess I only built it in range of the asphalt plant. It says it's not in range though. Maybe once the other road is done. Street lighting would improve the look of the city. It has street lighting in the southern part. The northern part will have to wait until we're making our own bricks before we start upgrading those. We'll start our road upgrade projects from the new construction sector, not from within the city. That's a lot of maintenance tasks. What is the building list looking like? 46%, huh? Meat storage. It's not even being maintained right now. Maintenance officers need to catch up again. I don't know, smile spam. Smiley spam, yes. Emote spam. I'm just not gonna react to it until I declare a ban or something. I don't know. Not sure what to do right now. Almost done with the second courthouse. Footpaths are not done yet. We'll be able to reach some housing, not a lot, but it should be enough workers to hopefully get started on some extra crime handling. And this area is all going to be residential buildings with maybe a grocer dotted in. And maybe another kindergarten. Yep. We now get students with more than 50% loyalty coming out of the school, which is good. Well, we don't have the right loyalty of teachers all the time because apparently the secret police is also struggling a bit in the northeastern area. We'll probably need another one fairly soon. What a load on the sewage station and river. 100 cubic meters. Which should be the same as the sewage station because all sewage goes through here. Pretty much the same. All good. $100 cubic meters is pretty close to our capacity of sewage input right now if we had 2 pipes, but we have a third pipe, one going into, what was it, the industrial sector, right? Yeah. So we got 100 cubic meters from this, from the capacity from the city, and then another 50 cubic meters for the industry over here. That's looking good. Everything is red. Perfect. So the sewage throughput here, that's not too bad. 12 cubic meters. This one is close to 50, which is the maximum we can handle. 75 on the sewage pipes, but I have declared that 50 is going to be the limit that I am willing to go to. And then the third sewage pipe is at 25 at most. Oh, that's combining with this one. Where's the other one? The other one has the right hand corner through this one. Yep. Also about 50. Sometimes ticking over, sometimes being under, but about 50. That one doesn't have another sewage switch until it hooks up into the sewage treatment plant. It is the rightmost, then the center one, and it just goes into the building. So the balance for this route seems to be okay. We only have one more connection on that plant, and then we have to worry about more sewage treatment plants as well. Good loyalty, over 50 for some of them. Loyalty experiment number, I don't know, 6, 7? Let's see how it goes. Prosecution for minor cases is back on its way. Let's see how many workers we will get here. It's gonna probably take some workers away from the police station. Alright, let's see if that runs into issues with the capacity. Minor cases are now being handled again. This one still has a lot of cases to run through. Hello, Marcus Mateo. Progress City, yes, it's progressing. We're not bumbling around with individual buildings anymore, we're doing whole sections of the city. Although it's still slow because horses, but good fun. I enjoy it a lot. Doing the construction sector, relocation to the southern side of the megacity center. So we can free up the northern area for more housing development. Maybe planning for a bridge or two going into the onto the island. A lot of people are getting locked up, that's for sure. Anyway guys, I think I'm gonna put a cut in here for now. I'm gonna take my break, go out, get some walking done, Even though right now I guess it's the most amount of viewers I had. Well, it's always going to happen like that. I'll be back in like 2 hours or so. I'll go get some food. And we'll probably be back with this in the afternoon, evening, if I feel like it. Then we can hopefully finish the construction sector. Let me see if I can rate you somewhere. Workers and Resourcey. There's no one else streaming Workers and Resources in English, apparently. Hello, Absurd. Thank you very much for the follow. And welcome to the stream. There's no other Workers and Resources streamer at the moment, I guess. That streams in English. What else could we be doing? I don't know. Hello, Oprah. Welcome. You know what? I'm just gonna continue for a bit. I'll just keep going for, I don't know, another hour. An hour. Actually, is that sensible? It's not really sensible, no. No, that doesn't make sense. I'll have to find a raid target. It's really unfortunate that my break time always falls into when I have the most viewers, but for my own sanity, it makes sense to just take a break. So we'll be doing that. Are you hungry? Oh yes. Yes, I'm hungry, but I'm going to take a walk first. Let me see. Wasn't there like a tool that helps you find a raid target somehow? Maybe I can try that one. Get you some, so selfishly don't leave. I also want to take a walk. I want to take a break, stretch my legs, do a walk, get some food. I don't want to do a massively long stream without a break anymore. It's not good for my sanity, I don't think. I think it was in the creator's dashboard. Oh yeah, I think it was here. I found it, I think. Okay, that's some weird targets, but sure. What do we have? That's completely irrelevant. Same category. That is not going to work. Let me search for maybe some categories. What could we be doing? I'm sure we could find someone that makes sense to raid. Factorio speedrun, I don't know about that. D-Rust practice. A speedrun practice, I guess you have to practice for that, sure. No Slay Aspire 2 until I finish Slay Aspire. That's amicably, I guess? I don't know. I don't have something in the same category, I guess, so we'll raid someone else. I haven't rated Percussigan in a while. He's doing Vintage Story. You know what Vintage Story is, most likely. The Minecraft-esque game. I think he's taking a little bit of a break too. Well, I'm still gonna rate him. At least he's standing around, looking at stuff. Not sure if he's talking right now. So, we'll rate Percussigan, checking out Vintage Story, again, as so often. A game in the same vein as Minecraft, with a lot more detail, a lot more options, more survival focused, and much slower paced. Still want to get into it. I'm hoping for some animal AI changes that will turn it more into a survival game and not into a run away from jump scare monsters, jump scare animals kind of game, but we'll see about that. In any case, if you want to stick around for that, please do. If not, that is fine too. I'll be back in 2-ish hours, I think, and we might continue with Workers and Resources. Until then, take care everyone, and maybe I'll see you next time.